You gonna sit up first, dude? Yeah. All right. What's that here?
Excuse me.
He gonna put it for me. You know you gotta be a scapegoat, man. Got to be a scapegoat.
It's all about me.
They teach you how to use this radio? I don't think you need it because you ain't here.
One of y'all better be doing that.
Yeah.
But you have to show me, so.
All right. You need IT yet? Just need IT? Oh.
Aaron told me to come down with batteries for one of the mics.
Oh, which one of the mics need batteries? It's the,
I took a.
Or is it the one that's in the center?
No, I have rechargeable batteries for that. It's all working.
that's all.
Who requested it?
I don't know. Aaron got the request and he passed it to me because he couldn't make it down here.
Yeah, turn that one on over there. It should be working. I put some rechargeable ones.
This one? Testing 1, 2.
I thought it was one on that side too.
Yeah, there could be. I know there's a second microphone.
Even then, like, it would be one of you putting in the request, so. Okay, I'll double check then.
Oh, do you use batteries? Oh. It's not enough with all these batteries. I haven't seen Adrian.
How you back feeling?
Still tight. It's better, you know what I mean?
So you got your belt on.
Yeah, but
Necessities.
your own man getting busy. Back and not, goddamn.
Yeah, well, if you have to, I understand.
Get busy.
Get your shoulder harness.
Straps,
If
suspended.
you're gonna wear your jacket, you got to put it on the hip and just hold on to your belt.
Oh my God. Like I had it for a few years back.
No, all right, now.
It happened to me a few years back, like 5 years ago. And it's kind of just boom, you know what I mean?
Shit, what happened is my kids were middle school. I don't know if it's fun. Back I couldn't shut down. We had a big thing out the park. So he started doing black catch with baseball with my brother. I told him, I said, hey man, he got hit me in the glove. We got one for rats out there. I told him, I said, I'm going to call you my pistol and shoot you.
I'm gonna tell you crazy. It's this side.
Right in the middle.
No, right on my head.
Oh, really? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yep.
Matthews. Yeah, I talked to him. Yeah, everybody's here, and everybody back there is here also.
Y'all need to swear.
Huh?
Her when
Yeah,
I've been
everybody's
down
here.
to shoot. Her when I've been down to my right shoot. Definitely cool.
You got to straighten it. You got to make that side hurt. You got to make it hurt. Cool. I'm having your girl lay on your back. Hold the leg, have your girl. Hold the leg. All
Put
forward.
weight on it.
Yeah, or you can be in the bed on the floor and take it and take this hip, push it and turn it.
Oh, man.
It's gonna hurt. Yes, sir. Everybody's person accountable. Oh, okay. You know, for 6 maybe I got on green.
Yeah, man.
All right, good morning, council's interested parties. We're going to go on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Cleef Adams et al. in 22 SC 183-572. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts, and Mr. Sharp, good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard, good morning. Good morning, sir. Your Honor. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Huey, Mr. Matthews Sr., good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols and Mr. Harvey and Ms. Westmoreland and Mr. Garner, good morning. All right, Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams, good morning. All right, Mr. Atkins and Ms. Hilton, good morning. Good morning. Somebody's got to sit there, okay? All right, I'm about to call for our jurors. Anything?
I have a brief. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can go ahead, Mr. Steele.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I just address the court? Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Kearns. Your Honor, and I did not raise this with the state yet, but on January 12th of this year, we emailed an Open Record Act request to the Honorable District Attorney Willis, CC'd the parties here, Mr. Smith, Ms. Hilton, Ms. Love, to get the open records on closed cases of Adrian Bean. I followed that up with a letter like February 13th and February 16th. And Ms. Hilton told me, she responded to February 16th letter, and she told me in court, and she's always professional, and said, we're working on it. There's a transition going on in their office with moving files around, but it's priority. I don't have it yet. I'd ask the court to use its power to not call, to prevent the state from calling Adrian Bean until I have that. I just need 24 hours to look at it. There's several cases that Adrian Bean has in Fulton County. When I say several, I could give you the exact number, but it's probably more than 8, 10, 12. So that's my request. I apologize for bringing it up. I know we got a jury. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Hilton?
Your Honor, when Mr. Steele sent over the open records request, we reached out to our archives unit that would have a lot of the older files. Some of the files, I believe, were from like 2006 earlier, which is at an off-site location. We learned through our open records manager that the off-site location was relocating or moving, and we've consistently tried to reach out to find out how we can get those files here and provided to Mr. Steele. Even up until last week, the last letter, we received the same information that the archives, and I don't think that that's the DA's office, I think that's an outsourced unit, is not providing the files. And so we are trying to figure out another mechanism of going to get the files or how we can obtain those files. We were looking into Odyssey. As the court is aware, Odyssey was down for a number of weeks. I think we just got back online late last week to see if any of the documents related to any of the cases are within Odyssey. We don't believe that they are, but we're continuing to check on that, Your Honor. But we're trying to get the files to Mr. Steele.
All right, a couple of questions.
Yes.
Have you checked with Ms. Shea Alexander, our clerk?
I do not believe our open records team has, or my understanding that maybe the clerk is using the same facility with the archives unit, but I can confirm with our open records coordinator whether or not the files could be with our clerk, Ms. Alexander.
Okay.
Because they're so old, I just don't know if they're actually physically in the building.
The request was made in January, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, how many days has passed since the request?
Since the initial request,
And your response?
we're pulling up when Mr. Steele sent the initial request.
January 12th.
trying to pull that up, Mr. Steele. You said January 12th. I was in my email. Okay. Thank you.
And if it's around January 12th, we believe that that's when the initial request would have been given, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we've been looking since that time, trying to get the files for Mr. Steele.
Who's your off-site manager who's responsible for looking at these files? Because they should have been produced at this point in time. I understand that, and having been in the county long enough, there is a off-site system. It sometimes takes a little bit of time to get that, but you know, it's been almost 40 days. You all have about, I think you all have, that you gives like within, is it 10 days, Mr. Steele? 3 days. So we're way beyond that.
And we understand, Your Honor. I mean, we were very, and that's why we've been consistently on requesting from both our on-site manager as well as the deputy, who's Deputy Ramona Toole, who's over getting those requests.
Somebody gone physically down to the warehouse to look for the files as of yet?
I would need to speak with Ms. Toole, but that will be our next
Ms. Toole
step.
needs to report to the courtroom for 2 o'clock today. I want to know whether or not she's gone down to take a look at the file, to physically search to get the files, because 40 days is way too long.
Okay.
And all it's doing is just delaying the inevitable.
We understand.
So she needs to either go look for the files and 2 o'clock today report to me.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So until then, we'll you know, the beans won't be called. All right. Who can we call right now?
We are ready. We have two. We have
Okay.
witnesses ready before.
Good. Okay. Deputy Ham, summon our jurors first, please. Wes. You better go and take a look at them. And the thing is, they're not that, the location's not that far from here. I know because I've got this file business. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Everybody's present, counsel.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, y'all sound good. Okay, all right. Let's keep up that energy. All right, State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Marciela Cisneros to the stand.
All right, summon Mrs. Cisneros. Madam, could you please approach the witness stand? Once you get there, turn and face Sergeant Ingram to be sworn as witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
That's right.
Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the court's
Maricela, Marisela. My last name is now Alexander, Alexander.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
I'm going to show you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 36 chart. I'm pulling it up on the screen right now. Mrs. Harrison, there's a screen to your left and a larger screen behind you. Do you recognize that vehicle in State's Exhibit 36, Charlie?
Yes, sir. That's a vehicle that I owned.
And is that did you used to have some bumper stickers on the right, left back window?
Yes.
I know there's a giant black mark covering that right now, but the last time that you saw that vehicle, when was the last time you saw that vehicle?
I was still in college, so I was still in college, so it was 2013, I believe.
And did it look much differently than the way it's depicted in 36 Charlie there?
Yes.
And is that what you're here to talk about?
Yes, sir.
So I want to take you back to September 11th, 2013. Can you let us know where were you living back then?
Back then, I was living at Claren Bridge Apartments in Kennesaw, Georgia. I was attending Kennesaw State University.
What were you studying at Kennesaw State?
Graphic communications.
And where did you live back then? Was it a house, an apartment?
It was an apartment.
Did you have any roommates?
Yes, I had 2 roommates.
And did you end up getting that degree?
Yes.
So back then, how would you typically, how far away did you live from Kennesaw State?
By car, it would take me like 5 minutes to get there.
And would you typically drive the vehicle that you used to have back then?
Yes, sir.
When did you first get that car?
Don't remember. Sorry, it was 10 years ago.
That's all right.
I think when I started college, so maybe 2010.
And would you ever let anyone borrow your car?
Only people I trusted.
There. And back in September of 2013, what year would you have been at Kennesaw State?
I was a junior.
And do you know an Eduardo Flores?
I do.
How do you know him?
We were dating.
Do you remember roughly when you first met him?
I was 17. 2007?
And back in 2013, how long would you all have been dating at that point?
Well, since 2007.
And back then, where did he live in relation to your apartment near Kennesaw State?
I believe he lived in Dalton, Georgia.
Roughly how far away was he?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
How often would you all see each other?
At the time, as often as we could. Yeah.
And on September 11, 2013, did you have class that day?
I did.
Do you recall what time your class would have started, roughly?
I think I had, not early morning class, but maybe 9-ish.
And did you ever know any of Eduardo's friends?
I did.
Did you ever know a Brian Ransom?
I do.
And how did you know him?
He was Eduardo's friend. That's how I knew him.
And did Mr. Ransom, did he have any hobbies in sports that he did?
That I remember sports, no. But I do think that he skateboarded or that kind of thing.
And so when you went to class that morning, how did you get there? Did you drive or how did you get to class?
No, Eduardo dropped me off in class.
And what car did he drop you off
in? My car.
And when he dropped you off, what was your expectation for getting back home after your classes were done?
For him to pick me up. Yeah.
Do you recall roughly when your classes would have been over that day?
I had long classes. Around 1 or 2, maybe.
And did he have your keys after he dropped you off?
Yes.
Was anyone else with you all when he dropped you off, other than Eduardo?
I think Brian may have been there, but I don't remember.
Do you remember before getting dropped off how Mr. Ransom got in the car? Was he picked up, or do you know?
I wouldn't have known that.
That's
He
all.
probably would have met him at my apartment or something.
That makes sense. And after he dropped you off in class, did you ever speak with Eduardo again that day?
Yes.
Do you recall when you all spoke?
A few hours after I had been in class, I had a couple of missed calls, and then I finally picked up a call in case there was some type of emergency, and it was Eduardo.
And when you answered the phone, what was his demeanor on that call?
His demeanor was distraught. He was talking a little frantically. I didn't really understand what he was saying to me, or he wasn't really making sense. He just seemed nervous.
And what do you recall him saying?
Objection to hearsay.
Your Honor, if I may approach, but I have a response.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Adams.
You may answer, ma'am.
What he said was somebody took your car or somebody stole your car, something like that. I got the picture that something had happened to my car or in my car.
What was your reaction to receiving that news?
I was surprised because I was just in class and I had just seen him. I was worried that something bad had happened, or, that they got into some kind of trouble.
And after learning that news, what did you do next?
I was really upset, of course. I didn't have a way to get home from school. I called my roommate to come get me, and she took me home.
What was your roommate's name?
Jill.
And did she have to come pick you up?
Yeah, she had class that afternoon, I believe, and she came to pick me up at school. She noticed that I was really upset.
And after she picked you up, what did you all do next once you got back to your apartment?
I got into contact with Eduardo. I figured out where they were. He asked me if I could somehow come pick him up. And I again asked my roommate if she could please drive me down to Atlanta to pick up Eduardo and Brian.
And did you all go to pick them up?
We did, yes.
Do you remember, was it a short, long ride? How far away was it from where you were in Kansas?
It wasn't too long, maybe 30 minutes or so.
When you got there, had you ever been to that area before?
No, sir.
And what did you see when you arrived?
I saw Eduardo and Brian on the street. I think we just kind of pulled up and picked them up. They got in the car, they saw that it was me, and we went back to my apartment.
Did you see any police when you were there?
I don't remember, but I don't think so.
And did you see your car that was there when you picked them up?
Not from where I was, no.
And when you picked them up, what was their demeanor on the car ride back?
Nervous, I guess. They looked frazzled.
And back then in 2013, did you own a firearm back then?
No, sir.
Did you ever keep guns in your car?
No, sir.
Once y'all got back home, well, I'll ask you this. How much longer after this did you and Eduardo keep dating?
Not long after that. Pretty much fizzled out after that event.
And did you ever have anyone from the Atlanta Police Department speak with you about your car and what happened?
Yes, sir. They didn't give me full details, but I think I may have contacted the police because I had a lot of stuff in the car that I needed for school, books, equipment, that kind of thing, and they didn't give me a lot of details, but I did get my stuff out of the car at one point.
What ultimately happened to the vehicle itself?
It was totaled.
One brief moment, man. You're on.
Cross.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Is it Cisnera Alexander?
That was my maiden name, Cisneros. I'm married now. It's now Alexander.
Mrs. Alexander?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. All right, just got a few questions for you, please. So we're talking about 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago, back in 2013, all right?
Yes, sir.
I presume you had an opportunity to sit down with the DA's office prior to today, just kind of talk about what you remembered from back then. Is that
Yes.
fair to say? You were a student at Kennesaw State University back in 2013, true?
Yes, sir.
You owned a vehicle that was displayed on the screen a little while ago.
Yes, sir.
And if I heard you correctly, your involvement in this case essentially is that you loaned the vehicle or allowed Mr. Navas Flores to borrow the car that day.
Yes, sir.
He did not indicate to you, or you don't know what his plans were for the car. He just essentially had the car to use until he would come and pick you up.
Yes, sir.
All right. You knew that he had a friend by the name of Brian Ransom.
Yes, sir.
And you go to school. Next thing you know, you get a call. You find out your car's been wrecked or something has happened to your car.
Yes, sir.
All right. You were asked by the prosecutor whether or not you owned any firearms that you may have kept in the vehicle. The answer was no. True?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not either Mr. Ransom or Mr. Navas Flores had any firearms in the vehicle on that day?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Do you know, did you give permission for Mr. Navas Flores, and I'm saying Navas, but it's actually Nava Flores, isn't it? For Mr. Nava Flores to loan the car to anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay. That would not have been within the agreement when he dropped you off of school that morning, true?
Would have not been in the agreement.
All right. You know somebody named Adrian Bean?
No, sir.
Never heard that name before?
No, sir.
You have no idea, you don't know whether or not Mr. Nava Flores or Mr. Ransom have a relationship with someone named Adrian Bean. You don't know that, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Walter Murphy, you know the name Walter Murphy?
No, sir.
Okay. And so you were not present when whatever happened to the car, right?
No, sir.
All you know is that you find out your car has been wrecked and ultimately totaled at a location down in Atlanta, right?
Yes, sir.
You go down to pick up did you pick up both of them, Nava Flores and Ransom?
Yes, they were together.
Okay, where were they?
Where?
Where were they?
I don't know.
I mean, were they at like a gas station? Did you have to pick them up at a apartment complex?
On the side of a street. I think there was a convenience store close by.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Okay. All right. You went back home after you picked them up, all right?
Yes, sir.
And I think I heard you say that you had some communication with the Atlanta Police Department after that, but no one ever actually came out and took a formal statement from you. True?
They didn't say it was a formal statement. I just remember speaking to the detective.
Was it Detective Quinn? Does that name sound familiar?
That sounds familiar, yes.
Okay. Did you speak with him over the phone, or did he actually come and meet with you?
I met with him in person to get all my stuff out of the car, my books and stuff for school.
I'm gonna presume, and I'm gonna also ask you to correct me if I'm wrong, that you probably told him, listen, I don't know anything about what's going on here. All I know is I gave my car to Eduardo Nava Flores. All right.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation of what she probably told.
I sustain the questions to form.
Well, Judge, I think she would know what she told.
Sustain the questions to form. You can rephrase it.
Okay. Did you tell the detective when you met with him that you had given the car to Mr. Nava Flores?
Probably, but I don't remember the conversation.
All right. But I mean, that was in fact the case. You had given the car to him, and then whatever happened, right? Mm-hmm. All right. Am I correct that is essentially your involvement in the case? You didn't have to come to court at any time, right?
No, sir.
You didn't have to view any lineups or anything like that?
No, sir.
You never had to give any sort of recorded statement as far as you know, right?
No, sir.
Okay. That's it. You had a car, you loaned it to someone, the car got wrecked, you don't know how. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any further examination? Any further redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. At this point in time, may Ms. Alexander be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
She may be permanently.
All right, Ms. Alexander, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony to anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right, thank you, ma'am. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Detective A.C. Booker Higgins to the scene.
All right, summon Detective A.C. Booker Higgins, please. All right, Detective Higgins, good morning, madam. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
You swear affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Speech.
Thank you.
State spell your first and last name, please. Now into the mic.
A.C. Booker Higgins, capital A, capital C, Booker, B-O-O-K-E-R hyphen Higgins, H-I-G-G-I-N-S.
Good morning, Ms. Booker Higgins.
Good morning, sir.
Are you employed?
Yes, I am.
And what do you do?
I have a part-time job, and I really prefer not to say where that is.
Okay, that's fine. Have you ever worked in a law enforcement capacity?
Absolutely.
And where did you work in the law enforcement capacity?
City of Atlanta, Police Department.
I noticed you hesitated. Are you a little nervous this morning?
I'm trying to take my breath one at a time, yes.
Okay, all right. And how long have you worked with the Atlanta? How long did you work with the Atlanta Police Department?
For over 32 years.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury what your employment trajectory at APD was?
Wow. Yes, sir. Upon my completion and graduation from the police academy, I was initially assigned to Zone 3. As years passed, I was promoted to detective, where I worked in various capacities, such as narcotics. I worked in the narcotics division. From there to HIDA, high intensity drug areas. Left there and went to U Squad to robbery, back to Zone 3, and I completed my mission as an investigator in the Executive Protection Unit.
All right. And were you post-certified your entire time as an APD officer?
Absolutely.
And did you ever leave?
Yes, sir.
And why was that?
I had some personal family that was very dear to me who became critically ill. The passing of my father, who was in law enforcement. And shortly, years after that, my mother, who was fighting dementia and Alzheimer's. And with the help of my beloved identical twin sister, who was aiding me in that capacity as a caregiver, who eventually passed as well. So I was dealing with a lot of personal emotionals to the point that I felt like I was burning the midnight oil 24/7. And I really could not go to work and continue to pretend that I was in a good space when I wasn't.
Sorry to hear that. I want to transition now to the date of September 11, 2013.
Do you recall if you worked that day?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you need a second?
No.
Can you tell the jury what you remember about that day of work?
On the date in question, investigators Porter, Robeson L., and myself responded to an alleged robbery call out at an apartment complex, 2614 Old Hateville Road. Upon our arrival at that location, we were met by Officer Jackson, where investigator Robeson L. conducted an interview with the female who said that she...
Objection for the hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor,
You may.
its effect on the listener.
Also, confrontation clause, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection of reconsider.
You may continue.
Thank you. Who indicated that she had been robbed. A pistol, was pointed at her by a male in a red T-shirt. In having that conversation, investigator Robeson L. advised that that was someone that he had encountered earlier that morning, and he was familiar with where this particular individual spent time or hung out at. After gathering information, we departed from that particular complex, and Investigator Porter drove us down the street to another complex, which was about 2 or 3 minutes away. It was adjacent, the rear of it was adjacent to a McDonald's. We pulled into that complex, and we drove through looking for that particular subject.
Okay, so I want to break that down. But let's backtrack for a second. How were you dressed that day?
I was dressed in plain clothes, not a uniform, as somewhat like I am today.
And was that typical for your capacity as a detective?
Absolutely.
And can you describe for the jury what kind of shoes you were wearing?
I had on high heels.
Okay. And now I want to fast forward back to what it is that you're describing. Did you act, what was the address of the second location?
The address was 2714 Old Hateville Road, just down the street.
And in what county is that located?
Fulton County, city of Atlanta.
And is the address for the apartment, well, what apartments, as you described, are located at that area?
What?
That's a poor question, my apologies. What is the name of the apartment complex located at that address?
Summerdale Complex.
And I just want to circle back. Can you tell the jury why you chuckled when you laughed about having on high heels?
Because I found myself daily wanting to motivate my appearance, because most people think when you're in law enforcement you have to look like a dude, and that's not always the case, and especially for me.
Right. And I want to again orient you back to the second apartment complex that you visited. About how far in terms of mileage is that, if you know, from the first location that you went to?
Maybe a quarter of a mile. It's not long at all.
And about how far in terms of time would you say that is?
2 to 3 minutes.
And why did you go to the second location?
Because investigator Robeson L. indicated that the gentleman or the suspect in question in the red T-shirt would be normally hanging out at that particular address in the complex.
Okay. Now, as you all journey, can you tell the jury on the second trip to the second location where in the vehicle you were seated?
I was in the rear seat.
Okay. And when you say in the rear seat, are you behind the passenger or the driver?
Initially, I was behind the passenger. That would have been Robeson L.
And then but you said initially, so did anything change?
Absolutely. As things move forward, we drove around in the parking complex and initially heard gunshots ring out, and there was a little debate, and so we collectively agreed that yes, it was in fact gunshots. So Porter, who was driving, turned the vehicle around and headed back towards the entrance of the complex. And in doing so, driving, I saw a black male in a red t-shirt, and he was running and shooting simultaneously. Being in the back seat, I didn't have quite the advantage, and I no longer saw him. Elle mentioned, well, he dipped in the car, in a reddish car. So once the suspect dipped in the red car and we got a little bit closer, investigator Elle jumped out the car because he was in full uniform, and he identified himself and approached or had some conversation with someone in the car. The car backed up into a parking space, and once it did that, you could tell that they were about to flight or flee. The car went past Elle with the intent to strike him, but he was...
What's the basis for your objection, sir? Without speaking an objection, just tell me the basis. I'll sustain it as a form of the question. You can rephrase, sir.
Okay, so we're going to break that down, and I want to go back a little bit first before we go to that. First, I want to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 25C and publish it for the jury, please. It's actually coming up now. All right. If you can turn to the screen that is to the left of you, can you tell the jury if you recognize the vehicle in State's Exhibit 25C?
Yes, sir.
What is that vehicle?
It's City of Atlanta official detectives or investigator vehicle that we were operating in on the day in question.
Okay. Okay, and is in that vehicle, can you describe where everyone was seated with the jury?
Investigator Porter was the driver, which would be the front right, the front left side. Investigator Elle was the front right passenger, and then seated on the rear back is where I was positioned.
Okay. All right. And now, I would like to publish State's Exhibit, which was already admitted, State's Exhibit 24, and it will be coming up briefly. Just a briefing. Yes, 24 shot. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And while that is coming up, I want to circle back to something you said earlier on during the direct. You stated that there was a debate as you went through the apartment complex. What did you mean by that?
I couldn't figure out whether that was the sound that we heard, the pop that we heard, was a firecracker or in fact a gunshot. And so that was the debate was about between us.
And about how many pops would you say you heard?
Several, more than one shot.
Okay. And when you entered the apartment complex, the second one that is, which direction did you go? Which direction were you taking? Excuse me.
Well, we went southbound up Old Hayfield Road to the first complex driveway, which would have been on our right-hand side. We turned into the complex there and drove through.
I want to now direct your attention to the screen, which is now showing State's Exhibit 24, Charlie, which has already been admitted into evidence. Can you tell the jury who it is that we're looking at there?
That would be Investigator Roberson L.
And is that the uniform that he would have been wearing on September 11, 2013?
Yes, sir.
And is that, no further way, I'll strike that. Now, I want to resume our what we were saying as it relates to the directions that you came into this second apartment complex. Can you describe for the jury the arrangement of the entrance and the exit?
In order to get into that particular complex, there is a gate, an iron gate, that will allow you entrance and exit depending upon residency, if you use a code of some sort. We did not have a code, so in order to get in, you go, that would be westbound on the right-hand side, and to come out, it would be eastbound on the left-hand side.
Is it fair to say that there is one entry point to get in and out?
That would be correct.
Now, I want to go back to what you said earlier. When you arrived at the incident location, did you ever see where the gunshots were coming from?
No, sir.
Did you see anyone with a gun?
Eventually, yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you remember about that?
I saw a black male in a red T-shirt running across the corridor or the open space of the complex, and he was shooting and running at the same time.
And what, if anything, did you all do at that point when you saw that?
Investigator Porter, who was operating the vehicle, and this was after we realized a red car was involved, tried to block that particular red vehicle from moving further, but somehow the driver was able to get around us and forcefully striking us on the bumper of the vehicle. The car then, like a locomotive, speedily breaks off the hinges of the gate by crashing the gate or ramming the gate. The car went shooting across the exit and entrance of that complex over Old Hayfield Road into a house which was directly across the street. The car ended up, because of the force driven, hitting a tree, knocking down a lot of personal possessions in the yard there. For a minute, my eyes blinked, and I thought that we were extras in the movie Fast and the Furious. I never saw something personally where the car went completely airborne to the other side. By the grace of God, we did not realize that there were a line of cars parked on the other side of that wall, one being an APD police vehicle with two of our colleagues in it that could have been killed that day instantly. But the car ended up resting at the rear portion of a laundromat, which was next door to the house. And once it rested after crashing, multiple people ran from that vehicle, one in particular being a black male in a blue shirt who ran around the rear of the laundromat. Once we came, you could look down from where we were because it was on the slope of a hill. Porter, who was still operating the vehicle, drove back down Hayfield Road, and made a right turn on Cleveland Avenue. When she reached the second driveway on the right, that would have taken us adjacent to the small strip mall, if you will, and went into the driveway, that's when the same gentleman in the blue shirt ran from around the building. And as we were still in the vehicle trying to catch up with him, because again, I had on heels, I didn't plan on being Jackie Joyner that day. So the guy was weaving and running, bobbing and weaving until he came in contact with the front bumper of our vehicle. Porter was able to jump out, subdue him, grab him. By the time I reached to where Porter and the suspect was, I was able to take off his belt and make a maid shift, handcuffs until the cavalry could arrive to assist us.
Okay, so you said a lot there, and I want to unpack it for our jurors. But the first thing I want to ask you is, when you reference cavalry, who are you talking about?
Other APD officers that we called to assist us for help.
And did they come?
Absolutely, praise God.
Okay. And so now I want to go back you've walked us through, I want to go back to the apartment complex. After you saw the individual, the black male in the red t-shirt, as you described, running, pointing the firearm, can you tell the jury if you saw at that time any other person?
There were other people in the car, yes.
Well, did you see any other persons running?
Just that particular one.
And a curious question, around what portion of the day? Was it afternoon, morning, or evening?
I believe it was still morning.
Okay. Was it? And after you saw the individual with the red t-shirt and the firearm running, what, if anything, where did they go?
They jumped into a reddish car that was being backed into the parking space there, still in the parking complex.
Sorry. Did you see the red vehicle prior to seeing the individual in the red shirt?
I didn't.
Okay. From what side of the apartment complex did you see this red vehicle when it finally showed up?
It was that would be the left-hand side of coming into the apartment complex.
Excuse me. And if you remember, what door did this individual enter the red car?
I don't recall.
And at the time that you saw this individual enter the red vehicle, did any of you get out of the vehicle?
No, sir. Only Investigator Robesonell.
And what, if anything, do you recall him doing after exiting the vehicle?
He shouted police, and there was other conversation, but I wasn't able to make out what that was.
And why weren't you able to make out what that was?
I was still in the backseat of the vehicle, being tossed around like a rag doll.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about that. Were you strapped in?
Unfortunately, no, sir.
All right. And on that day that you were being tossed around like a rag doll, what was happening that was causing you to be tossed around?
There was a lot of commotion, and when we got struck by the reddish vehicle, it knocked me to the floorboard. And even in the flight of trying to keep up with that car when it exited the complex, we were going at a high rate of speed.
About how many times was the vehicle that you were in impacted by the reddish vehicle?
One time.
Okay. Did that impact to the front bumper of your vehicle leave any damage?
It did.
Okay. And I see that you're wearing glasses today, which are very nice. Do you normally wear glasses?
No, sir, I don't.
Were you wearing glasses on September 11, 2013?
No, sir.
Were you wearing corrective lenses at that time? Contacts?
No, sir, okay. I wasn't.
Do you ever wear contacts?
No, sir.
Okay. And before you were impacted by the vehicle, by the reddish vehicle containing the individual in the red shirt, were you able to see into the reddish car?
No, sir.
Were you able to? Would you be able to say how many people were in that red car?
3 to 4.
Okay. And how would you be able to say that you saw that 3 to 4 people in the reddish car?
Number of heads from the chest up.
Okay. Okay. Is it fair to say that this was a fast-moving circumstance?
Too fast, yes, sir.
Okay. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I can advise.
Okay. Why weren't you wearing your glasses on that day?
I normally don't wear glasses. Personally, I like to wear them just to suit up my attire.
Okay.
It's just my forte.
Okay. But they are prescription, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I would like to ask you, are you able to see better close or far away?
Half and half.
Okay. All right. Given that, when you were in the back seat of the vehicle that you were in on September 11th, at what point, if at all, did you ever notice that there were 4 heads? Before or after you were impacted by it?
Objection to the mischaracterization of the testimony.
I sustain the objection.
Earlier you stated you saw 3 to 4 persons from the top up, from the chest up. At what point did you make that observation?
Once L jumped out to engage, to make an engagement.
Were you able to make out any further descriptions of the persons that you saw inside the vehicle?
The driver.
Okay, let's walk through it. What description did you make of the driver and any other persons if you were able to do so?
I thought the driver was a female.
Okay. Okay. And earlier you stated that you were impacted by the vehicle. Where on the vehicle? On the front or front right or front left of the vehicle were you impacted?
I believe it was the left rear.
Okay, okay. I'm now going to show you what has already been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 28 Charlie. And just a brief indulgence. Is that, you're now looking at State's 28 Charlie, does that look like, again, the vehicle that you were in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where's the damage on that vehicle?
That would be the right front, the right left side. Front.
Okay, all right. Looking from this.
Okay, so it would be the driver's side. Let me just say it's the driver's side.
Yes, ma'am.
Front bumper.
Okay. And that damage came after you were impacted by the
Red vehicle.
red vehicle. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And earlier you stated, and I'm going to now transition, well, I also want to transition to State's Exhibit 29 Charlie, followed by State's 30 Charlie. State's 29 Charlie, is that consistent with what you remember the damage to be?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's transition to State's 30 Charlie. Is that damage to the vehicle you're in consistent with what you remember on September 11, 2013?
Yes, sir.
A few moments ago, you indicated that you thought it was a female. I want to ask you, why did you think that the driver of the vehicle was female?
Because that individual had shoulder-length hair, and it was bouncing and waving like most women here would do.
And all right, earlier you stated that the vehicle, the reddish vehicle, eventually, after impacting the vehicle you were in, left the apartment complex.
Yes, sir.
Did you all follow it?
Absolutely.
And can you please tell the jury what, if anything, happened as you followed?
I heard gunshots. We ended up leaving Investigator Robeson behind and fleeing after the felon suspect that was operating the vehicle. Like it was indicated before, they bombarded the gate hinges. It was dismantled and it rapidly flew from the entrance and exit of that complex across the street over Hateville into the yard that was right in front of the complex until it hit the tree and eventually, like I said, went airborne.
Okay, and I want to now show you what has previously been marked as States Exhibits 19, which will be followed by States 21, 22, Charlie. Starting with States 19, Charlie. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I am, my apologies, Your Honor. I am now going to approach the evidence with States Exhibits 16 Charlie, 17 Charlie, 18 Charlie, 19 Charlie, 20 Charlie, 21 Charlie, 22 Charlie, 23 Charlie, and I will show defense counsel if they'd like to see prior to reviewing this. Now approaching the witness who's been previously marked as States 16 Charlie through States 23 Charlie, and Investigator Booker Higgins, I'd like you to review those, and after you've done so, please look up at me and I'll ask you some further questions.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right, have you had adequate time to review?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What have I just handed you?
Pictures from the day in question where the vehicle ended up landing across the street from the complex. There's a house and where all the damage took place, basically.
Okay. And are those pictures all accurate, representations of what you remember the scene of the incident to be on September 11, 2013?
Yes, sir.
And have those pictures been altered or materially changed in any way?
Not that I can see.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit States Exhibits 16 through 23, 16 Charlie through 23 Charlie in the evidence and request permission to publish.
Any objection to States 16 Charlie through 23 Charlie?
No, sir.
All right. They're admitted and may be published as you see fit, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to start with State 16 Charlie.
Okay.
In State 16, Charlie, what are we looking at?
We're looking at the opposite side of the apartment complex, and it's a lot of houses there, but in the photo, it's the house where the reddish car came in contact with the tree.
Okay. And, if you will, I am going to hand you a pointer. And I'm a little vertically challenged, but I think with that pointer, you might be able to get to it. If you can, point where you seen the vehicle go to when it passed through that driveway.
So it came across over here and rested in this area where a tree, excuse me, where a tree ended up falling as a result of the impact.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to now move to State 17, Charlie. Is that the address of the home that it went through the driveway that the vehicle you saw go through?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now we're going to go to 18, Charlie. What are we looking at here?
Same identical picture, pretty much.
Okay. Is it fair to say this is a closer view?
It is.
And if you can, on this closer view, point to where you saw the vehicle go through the land.
Over here where you can see all the trees are resting, leaning in the opposite direction.
What is that yellow-like tape around that area?
This being here, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
It would be Atlanta police crime scene tape.
Why would that be there?
The impact, it's a hazardous on the other side. There is a retaining wall, and the retaining wall, I would guesstimate it's a 12 feet drop or more to the other side.
Okay. We're going to go to State 19, Charlie. What are we looking at here?
The front porch to this particular residence where the impact tore and dismantled the property there.
Now going to transition to State 20, Charlie. Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is a fence line. Like I said, there's a drop on this other side. And so we're looking at where the car eventually flew over to the other side of that wall.
If you could point and hold where the drop is that you just described.
The wall is about right up in here.
Okay.
On that line there.
Okay. And do you see the reddish car in this photo that you said impacted with that wall?
Faintly, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's transition to State 21, Charlie. And what are we looking at here?
Still the fence line from that particular residence, more of the left side of the dwelling place.
Would the vehicle have had to impact this fence first in order to get over that embankment?
Absolutely.
Okay. And transitioning to States 22, Charlie. And what are we looking at here?
Same photo in a closer view. This would be the laundromat that I spoke about where the car rested on the other side and the black male in the blue shirt ended up fleeing from.
The car that you described as being an APD vehicle that was underneath this embankment, would it have been underneath where the tree line is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Transitioning now to States Exhibit 23, Charlie. What are we looking at here? Just a brief moment, Your Honor. Technology is not compliant. Okay. All right, we are back. And it is going to increase in size momentarily. Okay. What are we looking at here now, Detective Booker Higgins?
I believe this is the north side of that same residence that was had his yard invaded as a result of the collision.
Okay. And do you see the APD vehicle that you described being under that embankment?
Yes, sir.
Can you point to it with the pointer?
Would be right here in the corner.
Okay. And can you show where the path that it would have flown over that embankment over the vehicle?
It came directly over
Okay.
the vehicle that was parked on that line there.
Thank you, and you may reclaim your seat.
Thank you.
And I just want to circle back to a few things that you said earlier prior to the technology coming on board with us. Earlier you stated that you saw the driver of the vehicle. At what point were you looking at the shoulder length here during this incident?
When they first took off, and then as they drove and made that left turn out of the complex.
And where were you when you saw the shoulder length there?
Still in the rear seat.
Okay. And where was the red car when you saw the shoulder length there?
First, it was backed into the parking space there at the complex, at the second complex.
Okay. How far were you now, without glasses, how far were you seating, the better yet, judging based on my distance now, were you this close or further away from the person in the red vehicle?
Probably that close, but still in the vehicle.
Okay. And at the time that you saw them, you were still in the back seat behind Roberson now.
I'm going to take this characterization of the evidence.
Okay.
You just said.
I don't speak your objection. I sustain the objection as to form. You can rephrase.
Sure you don't. I'll ask you a different question. Where were you seated in the vehicle when you saw? Well, earlier you stated there was movement for you in the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Where were you at the point in the vehicle that you saw the person with the shoulder length hair that you described?
Question, ask, and answer.
I'm going to rule that.
Yes, you can answer.
Right rear seat passenger.
Okay, all right. About how far from you would you say that I am at this point?
Less than 10 feet.
And about how far can you see clearly without your glasses on?
I can see clearly. I just need them for reading.
All right. And I want to transition now and show you what has been pre-marked as state's exhibits. Brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. To be clear, were you able to see the car when it first went through the apartment gate?
You mean exiting?
Yes. Well, excuse me, when it was exiting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you looking at the rear of the vehicle as you saw it exit the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the bouncing hair as the red car went through the gate?
Yes, sir.
And who was closer to the red car when it first arrived at the apartment, when you first saw it arrive at the apartment?
It would have been Investigator Roberson L.
All right. I want to ask you just a few more questions. Earlier you described that you left L behind. Why?
There was gunshots rang out, and everything happened so swiftly that once we came in contact and got hit by the reddish car, we had no choice but to keep moving to keep up with that particular individuals.
And when you reference L, are you referencing Detective Malik Robeson?
Excuse me, yes, that would be correct.
And can you describe the pathway that you took to follow this vehicle?
So coming out of the complex, we did a sharp left, which would go back. That would be northbound on Old Hateville Road. The laundromat would have been at the intersection of Old Hateville and Cleveland, where we made the right turn. You would have to go past 2 driveways on the right for us to cut up into the small plaza that I spoke about in order to catch up with the suspect who was wearing the blue shirt.
All right. When the vehicle impacted your blue vehicle, was it coming toward you or was it coming toward Robeson L?
At first it was coming towards Robeson L as if to mow him down and he had to jump out the way, and then it came towards us.
Did he make any contact with Detective Robeson?
At that time, I could not advise. Like I said, we left him behind.
Okay. And I want to go back to what you saw as you were pursuing this vehicle. When you saw the vehicle make impact with the coin laundry, were you able to see what, if anything, happened at that point?
To my surprise, the suspects in the vehicle abandoned it, jumped out and bailed and ran. I thought they were dead.
Did, at any point, while before the vehicle made impact with the vehicle, let me rephrase that. Did at any point, while the vehicle was still within the apartment complex, did anyone that came with you discharge their weapon?
I didn't know at the time. I could not advise at that time.
Is it fair to say because everything was moving so fast?
It was moving swiftly.
Okay. When you saw the vehicle impact with the laundry, about how many people did you see exit the vehicle, if you recall?
3 to 4 black males.
Can you describe for the jury the directions that you saw the individuals leave the vehicle?
They scattered. I could only keep my eye on the guy with the blue shirt, okay, but I know they scattered out of the vehicle, abandoning it.
Okay. Did you personally see the vehicle, the suspects in the vehicle flee the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you saw the suspect in the blue shirt, can you describe the direction that you saw him flee?
He went to, coming out of the vehicle, he went on the right side and ran to the rear of the laundromat, crossing over a fence line.
Okay. Did he have to climb this fence?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is this a tall fence?
Your normal, 6-foot fence, 7 foot? Yes, sir.
I am now going to show defense counsel has been pre-marked as state's exhibits 129 Charlie, 130 Charlie, 131 Charlie, 132 Charlie, 133 Charlie, 134 Charlie, 135 Charlie, 136 Charlie, and 137 Charlie. And while defense counsel is reviewing states 129 Charlie through 137 Charlie, I am going to give you an exact same copy of the same exhibits to review as they do that.
Gotcha.
sir.
Okay. All right. All right, have you had a chance to review those photos?
Yes, sir.
And do those photos that you have in your hand do you recognize them?
They look familiar, yes, sir.
Do they accurately reflect the area that you just testified to this jury on September 11th, that you testified about to this jury today pertaining to the September 11, 2013 incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this point, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit state's exhibits 129 Charlie through 137 Charlie.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, states 129 Charlie through 137 Charlie are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
And Your Honor, I am going to provide Detective Booker Higgins a copy of the same for demonstrative purposes.
All right.
All right. Use those. And I'm going to ask you, starting with State's Exhibit 129, Charlotte. You have that in front of you? And you can see it on the right-hand corner.
Yes, sir. I was just making certain that I could.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Before you get started, ladies and gentlemen, you okay? You want to take a break? Comfort? We good? All right, drive on.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay.
So starting with State's 129, Charlotte, I would ask that you show the jury, and stating for the jury where it is that, what's to the left on this exhibit?
My left or
Yes,
behind?
on the exhibit itself.
So on the left, where you see that gray car, would be the entrance and exit towards the apartment complex, the second.
And I'm going to approach you with a marker because what I would like for you to do kindly is to circle the area where you know the apartment complex to be on this exhibit.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Now, would you circle the pathway, would you draw a line or an arrow from the pathway that you entered the apartment complex? Okay. And can you draw an arrow exiting the apartment complex, showing the direction from which you exited the apartment complex on that particular exhibit?
Judge, I don't know whether or not the screen is working. Can we have the witness do that on the screen so we can actually see the same? I think she has exactly the same photograph that's on the screen, just so we can see what it is she's marking.
If I may, Your Honor, that screen doesn't work, and so that's why we were doing it the old-fashioned way. It's on, but it doesn't.
I don't think it's, the touch ability is disabled.
One works fine.
Say again?
One is there.
Your Honor, this is demonstrative, this is typical, this is routine in court, and we're going to...
I'll allow them to present it the way they want to. If you want to come around, Mr. Adams, you certainly may. It's your privilege to relocate.
And we will be publishing this, Your Honor, so that after we finish with this demonstrative.
Can I stand over here, Judge?
You may.
So, Your Honor, if we may we approach?
Sure. Hold on, councils. Bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, since I told you at the beginning of the trial that I'm a man of a certain age, I'm going to take a comfort break at this point in time, okay? All you people that are holding out, shame on you. I thought you were my friends and that you would help us out. In all seriousness, also it's near lunch too. So let's go ahead and take a break at this point in time. So ladies and gentlemen, if we could come back for 1 o'clock, remember my admonitions to you and enjoy your lunch, okay? All right. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Detective Booker Higgins, you can also be released for lunch. Just don't touch your testimony anybody except the attorneys in this case. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. All right, councils, we'll see everybody back at 1, okay? All right. All right, we're in recess. Stop it. Just a second, okay?
And they said, no, I heard him move though.
Yeah, no, it's stuck in his brain. That's why I say weird words.
No.
Your Honor. Oh.
You work for the press now? I know you can do everything.
Sorry, I was socializing. I didn't see you still.
No, I just walked up, Ms. Weaver. I just walked up.
Yes, I'm ready. Sorry.
Oh, you're okay.
Sorry, anyone wrong with Christmas presents?
Yes, sir.
And everyone will check on our jurors. All those are back.
They are back. I know they're back.
All right, so we have,
Yes, Your Honor, she's available. Your Honor, the court had asked for Ms. Ramona Toole to come and give a report at 2 o'clock. Unfortunately, Ms. Toole got into a car accident and needs to go to the doctor, but she's present now. So we were wanting to see if she could give her report to the court now, as opposed to waiting until 2 o'clock.
All right, Ms. Toole. Yes, ma'am, you come for me. All right. Madam, sorry to drag you away from your other duties. Apparently, Mr. Steele's filed an open records request, which is required to be acted upon within 3 days. And we have some files that he's asked, which, unless you all have moved to exclude them on the basis of a valid exclusion, they would probably be, producible. It's been about 40 days. So have you actually gone down to the warehouse to take a look to see if you can find those files?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Okay, could you please? I've been around the courthouse about almost 2 decades. This happens on a routine basis. So it requires sometimes some manual kind of looking around at the couple locations that we have where we store files off-site, because I believe that the clerk has a retention policy and you all share the same space. So when can we get that done by?
Your Honor, I can make a trip there, but I wanted to advise the court that I have been in touch with Vicki Reynolds, who is over that department, just for the court to know that in October of 2023, they start transitioning into a new facility. They told us that the service was going to be discontinued from picking up and dropping off to December the 31st. Unfortunately, they're still in the process of transition from one physical building to another physical building. Ms. Reynolds said that, if it's 1 or 2 files, they can try to see if they're still there, but if they're not there, we wouldn't have access to them. And I did speak with her before coming to court today. But I don't have any problem with physically going down there and seeing where they are in the transition.
Okay, who's Ms. Reynolds again?
Your Honor, Ms. Reynolds is, I can give you her official title. Her name is Vicki Reynolds. She's the Senior Record Administrator with the Department of Information Technology.
Okay. Is there any way you can step outside and call her and tell her that we really do need those records, and that I understand the challenges right now with getting things, but Constitution tends to trump most of those challenges, so I want them to be found, if at all possible, okay?
Yes, sir. But I would like the court to know that the 13SC case was located.
I'm sorry, the 13SC was what?
That file was located because that file was still physically with us. And my understanding is that I think the discovery request was sent in July of 2022, but that file is physically in the courtroom. It's the other 13 that I will try to locate, Your Honor.
The other 13 what?
Other 13 files that Mr. Steele is requesting.
Okay, all right. So can we place a call and you'll just, then let me know? I'm going to wait because I need to get this thing kind of resolved. Because the testimony is going to be, that's sought to be, that would be relevant, would need to, those files would need to be located before that examination occurs.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right. So just step out and let me know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Are they just excusing themselves now?
He's
Huh? I know. Just wait. All right, Deputy Ham, is everybody present, sir?
Yes, sir. Madam President, Council.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant Ingram and Deputy Ham. Okay, all right. Madam, Ms. O'Toole.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what were you able to find out for us?
Your Honor, I did call her on the cell phone number she provided. She didn't answer. However, we have learned thank you. I repeat it. I did call her on her cell phone. She did not answer. I left a message letting her know that I was before you and it was urgent. However, she has sent one email that at least one of the files has been located and that we can pick it up on Commerce Highway, which we are arranging that to be done now, which would be the Z case.
Okay.
And there's a couple of Z cases, Your Honor. So the one that is available is Z78742, which corresponds to, we believe, a 1996 armed robbery. So that one file is available. We are also working with the clerk's office to see if we can get a copy of the clerk's file. It will not be the DA's office file, but we're trying to work with the clerk's office to see if they can pull from their systems, whatever system is available, to see if the files are available.
Okay, is there any update that will be given to you, ladies?
We'll keep working with Ms. Reynolds to see if they can find the other files. We do know that one file we will not have in our possession, which is a child support file or a child abandonment file, which is a 01CR256318. I believe that would be a state court file, so we would not have possession of at least that one. So we know out of this list, 3 are accounted for. We're getting ready to pick up an armed robbery. The 13 SC case is the case that's presently before. That's the case we're currently putting on right now. And then the 01CR case file is a child abandonment file, which we would not have. So outside of that, we'll still continue to work to locate and find the other files, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Can you indicate to Ms. Reynolds, thank you for looking, but can we also have an update tomorrow morning to see when the other files will be available?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. You can communicate that to Ms. Hilton, and she can report that. But I'll just say to the state, until we locate those other files or we've accounted for them, we should put a pause on the beans, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Steele, for the state court file, you'll have to go to the state court in order to hunt that down. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Ms. O'Toole. Appreciate it, madam. Hope you feel better. I'm sorry you get, that accident befell you, but okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Okay. All right, can we resummon Detective Booker Higgins, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Matthews, Jr. All right. All right, Sergeant Ingram, can you summon our jurors for us, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Chris, that's you. I think it is. Because I keep hearing that ding. Unless it's somebody else's machine.
Yeah, I don't know how to cut it off. That's what I was just telling him. I don't know how to.
Oh. We'll have to apologize to you, I guess.
Okay. My apologies.
We've located the source of the ding. Okay, so you're going to silence that for us, madam?
I'm sorry.
You're going to silence that for us?
I just took it.
Oh, she's efficient.
Yes.
Okay, well, you'll get it back. Well, okay, all right. Mr. Brown, you may continue your examination, sir.
Detective Williams, I want to approach you again with what you had the state had reviewing prior to us breaking for the lunch period. Prior to what has already been admitted into evidence. Focusing your attention on this right here, State's Exhibit 119, Charlie. Absent your markings on that particular exhibit, is that exhibit directly in front of you an exact copy of what is to the right of you, which has already been admitted as State's 129, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
And to be sure, are States 129 Charlie through 137 Charlie images from Google Maps?
Yes, sir. That's what it says.
Okay. And now with the, if we can publish again States 129 Charlie. All right. We have a bit of technology here that I want to, if you tap the screen, there, yes, that little marker right there will allow you to illustrate. It should be read already. Now, using the, when you touch it, it's going to create a line or whatnot. Using your finger, can you illustrate the same markings that are on States 129 Charlie on the screen to show where you entered the apartment?
Yes, sir. Identical?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And on States Charlie Alpha, can you, using your finger to make identical markings on the screen, show where on States 129 Charlie Alpha you exited the apartment complex? Okay. In the same manner, as represented on States 129 Charlie Alpha, can you show where the apartment complex is located?
Yes, sir. On this.
All right. Okay. Now, would you please tell the jury what we're looking at here on States 129?
This is the address to 2714 Old Hateville Road, which would be the Summerdale apartment complex entrance and exit.
Okay. And would you please on the screen write the words entrance next to the entrance arrow?
This is kind of not so perfect, okay?
I'll write that too. All right. Okay. Now, would you write an exit next to the exit arrow that you drew?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the circle for?
The circle is the entrance and exit that you asked me to provide earlier.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention back to briefing. So, if you would turn to the demonstratives that are in front of you, I would like to turn your attention to States Exhibit 130 Charlie Alpha. Okay. If you can clear the screen there in the same place that you annotated, it will allow you to do, yes, a clear button.
No.
Yep. All right. So, looking at the screen that is in front of you, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in States 130 Charles? What area they're looking at?
This is the street portion outside of the complex, and it would be going north and west on Old Hateville Road.
Can you describe the terrain of that area?
To my right.
That's a poor question. Are there hills in that area?
It's a slight slope right up in this area, yes, sir.
Okay, yes, next exhibit. All right, can you tell the jury what we're looking at in States 131 Charlie?
So to the right should be the entrance and the exit of at the lower part to McDonald's. At the top would be the apartment complex, Summerdale. To the left here is the house where the collision took place with the tree. And down below to the car is the retainer wall where the car went airborne. And there's some parking lots right up in here.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at in States 132 Charlie, please?
So this is Cleveland Avenue corridor. If you could see further to the top on the right is the traffic light where I said we made the right turn from Old Hateville to Cleveland Avenue. I don't know if I could see my finger, but...
No, you actually can annotate on that one as well.
Okay, thank you. So about right up in here should be a driveway. I said we came down to the second entrance of the driveway. It's not marking. Hold on.
Okay.
Please. I'm not getting it. Okay, there we are. About right up in here is the first driveway. I said we came down to the second entrance of the driveway right here is where Porter should have pulled in and around.
Okay. Can you see the area where your vehicle made impact with the individual in the blue shirt you described?
No, sir, not from this vantage point.
Okay. You can clear that screen with that feature, and we're going to go to the next exhibit.
Okay.
All right. Can you please tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Okay, this is still Cleveland Avenue. Let's see. Right here is going to be your laundromat and the entrance and exit, because there was a one-way in, one-way out driveway. Down here's the driveway I spoke about earlier that we went into.
Okay. And is where you make the initial marking by the sedan that is near the laundry, the initial marking up to your top right? Mm-hmm. Yes. Is that around or about the area where the reddish car made impact with the laundry?
It was further back, but it's about in the area.
Okay. Next slide, please. And if you would click yes, ma'am. Thank you. And can you please tell the jury what we are looking at in States 134, Charlie?
So this is Old Hateville Road, north and southbound. 1 second, please. Mm-hmm. Right here is the Summerdale Apartments. Here is the entrance and exit for McDonough. And this is the retaining wall and the parking spaces that I spoke about where the cars were lined up and parked.
Yes. Okay. And in States 135, Charlie, what are we seeing here?
This is the same, it's a broader picture, but the same that I just identified a second ago.
Yes. Now, can you please tell the jury what we are seeing here? In States 136C, Charlie.
So this is closer to the intersection of Old Hateville Road and Cleveland Avenue. Right here again is the entrance and exit of the laundromat. And further down over here would be the parking lot, the little mini mall that I spoke about earlier.
Can you see any other businesses in this exhibit of States 136, Charlie?
Yes, sir, I can.
What businesses do you see?
The McDonald's that I mentioned in my earlier testimony, and then the BP on the right-hand side, which is across the street from each other.
Okay, and is it fair to say that the McDonald's is on the left side across from the BP?
Yes, sir, that would be correct.
Next exhibit, please. Okay, and and Detective Booker Higgins, can you tell the jury what we are seeing here in States 137, Charlie?
So this is the small plaza that I mentioned earlier. In this plaza was a barber shop, other little mini stores along from where it says Profile Institute, along to the left side of that.
Okay. And in this area, can you tell the jury whether you see the area where your vehicle impacted the individual, the suspect in the blue shirt that you described?
No, sir, not from this vantage point.
Can you, with your finger, using the annotation on the screen, show where that would have been?
I try to draw an arrow to the left.
Okay. So slightly outside of the frame, but within that same plaza, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that would, we're done with the screen now.
Okay.
And if you would be as kind to put your initials on the exhibit 129 Charlie Alpha that you made annotations on. And I would like now, Your Honor, to move into evidence States 129 Charlie Alpha.
Any objection to States 129 Charlie Alpha?
Yes, sir. Objection.
Basis?
Cumulative.
Overruled. I'll admit it.
Just a few more questions, Ms. Booker Higgins.
Okay.
Okay, so turning back to the car, the reddish car that you said that you saw on September 11, 2013. Why did you say that the driver was a woman?
Because the person in question had shoulder-length hair.
Okay. And would you please describe the person that you called the driver?
A black female, about my complexion.
All right. And now you say that now you say you saw the car go airborne. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And when you saw the vehicle go airborne, where were you?
We were on Old Hayville Road near the...
Do you need the exhibit?
That would be fine, sir. Yes, please.
Let's...
I would prefer this one a little bit better.
Which one is that?
131C, as in Charlie.
And for the record, let the record reflect that Mrs. Booker Higgins is looking at State's Exhibit 131 Charlie. Yes. Okay, now you may answer if you will, and please pinpoint by way of the annotation where you were about when you saw the vehicle go airborne.
About right along in here, a little up further than this bus.
Okay. So would that have been directly in front of the home that was ultimately impacted by that same vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about how far from the vehicle, that the reddish vehicle, were you when you saw it go airborne?
It's hard to narrow that one down.
Okay. Right. And, excuse me. And earlier on testimony, you said you saw some individuals, you saw 3 to 4 males get out of the vehicle. Excuse me. Did you see 3 to 4 males get out of the red car after it went airborne?
After it crashed, yes, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Basis. Overruled.
Okay. Where were you when you saw the individuals exit the vehicle?
We were still on Old Hayville Road. As I indicated earlier, there's a slope where you can look over and down to the right.
Was your car moving when you saw the 3 to 4 males get out of the vehicle?
Absolutely.
And where's the indulgence shot? Where inside the red vehicle were the 3 to 4 males that you saw flee seated before they exited the reddish vehicle? If you remember.
In specifics, I know there was a driver and a passenger and a rear passenger, but where they were seated, as far as who was seated, I don't know.
Okay. Did you see the guy in the red shirt that you saw earlier exit the vehicle?
At some point.
Do you know which direction he ran?
No, sir.
Did you see the guy in the blue shirt that you were earlier that you described?
Yes, sir.
Did you see what direction he ran?
To the right and in the rear of the laundromat.
And did you see the person who you believe to be the driver exit the vehicle after it impacted the laundry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And which direction did that individual go?
I can't say.
No further questions, Your Honor?
Cross.
Ms. Booker Higgins, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
You were, with 10 years past it now, but back in 2013, you were an Atlanta Police Department police officer, correct?
A police investigator.
Okay, an investigator. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
the same as a detective?
I'm sorry?
Is that the same as a detective, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Back in 2013, how long had you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
Over 20 years.
Okay.
I can't put the exact number where you want it.
What you would consider yourself to have been a veteran of the Atlanta Police Department by that time, certainly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had been trained as a police officer, as an investigator, and had worked for at least 20 years at that time. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree with me that the objective of any police investigation is to uncover whatever evidence you can. True?
True.
You would agree with me that as an investigator or police officer, that what you would want to do would be to observe. If you saw a crime in commission, observe as best you can so you can record it or testify about it sometime later.
That depends on the extenuating circumstances.
Sure. Well, you certainly want to do the best that you can. True?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, one of the reasons that you write police reports soon in time after the incident occurred is so that you can document the things that you saw, that you did, or that you observed at that time. Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this case, for example, back in September 11th of 2013, you in fact wrote a police report, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And this was an incident where there was a lot of investigation that took place. Isn't that true?
That's fair to say, yes, sir.
In fact, not only was there an investigation surrounding the incident, and when I say the incident, this guy in the red shirt, Walter Murphy, who was shooting in the parking lot, but there was also an investigation in regards to Officer Robertson.
I'm going to object on both cases, Your Honor. Ask the answer, and this is testimony by counsel.
Ask and answer by
Excuse me, this is assuming facts, not evidence, and counsel is testifying.
I'll sustain as the facts on them, but you can rephrase, sir, if you want to explore.
Okay. Was there an investigation that took place?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there an investigation in regards to the gentleman shooting in the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Was there an investigation that took place in regards to Officer Roberson L's shooting of the individuals in the car?
Objection. Assumes facts, not in evidence.
I'll overrule that objection. She can answer it if she knows.
Was there an investigation in regards to Officer Robeson's shooting or discharging his firearm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you, in addition to writing a police report, were you questioned by detectives who were charged with investigating this incident?
Who was in charge?
Yeah, who were charged with investigating the incident?
Yes, sir.
You remember a Detective Quinn?
Quick?
Quinn.
Oh, Quinn, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to what you've testified before, and I want to question you about the sequence of events, but in addition to what you've testified, there was also, you were involved in looking for any of the subjects that were involved in this incident. Is that right?
Was I involved in?
All right, let
Can
me
you rephrase that, please?
I'll be happy to.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, let me take it in sequence. All right. This incident occurred on the morning or around midday of September 11th, 2013. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
You and investigator or Officer Roberson L. and Officer Porter were investigating a separate incident that morning. Is that true?
That's correct.
You referred to it as a robbery. Was it a robbery or was it an aggravated assault that was being investigated?
According to my statement, it was an alleged robbery.
Okay. You and the other officers had gone to a location first. Is that true?
Correct.
left that location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said that from there you went to Summerdale Apartments, but in fact, you actually went back to the station first before you went to Summerdale. Isn't that true?
No, sir.
No,
Not
you
that I
don't remember it
recall.
like that?
No, sir.
Okay. So your recollection is that you left the first apartment complex and you went directly from there to Summerdale. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. You got there and there were 3 of you in the vehicle. It was you, Officer Robeson L., and Officer Porter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Officer Porter was driving.
Yes, sir.
You were in the back seat.
Yes, sir.
By the way, is Officer Porter still an officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
To my knowledge, she is. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I presume you were subpoenaed to appear today to testify. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You waited outside before you were brought in to testify. True?
Yes, sir.
Officer Porter out there?
Not that I...
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. So y'all get to Summerdale Apartments, and the vehicle that y'all are in go into Summerdale Apartments. True?
Yes, sir.
All right. Porter's driving as y'all go through, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, y'all actually followed a gray vehicle that had 2 young black men in the car. Is that true?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall how you got into the apartment complex?
More than likely following another vehicle.
Okay. That is your recollection or your guess?
My guesstimation.
Okay. You go into the complex. At some point, there are gunshots or shots that are heard, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that there was some sort of, and I don't want you to say what anyone else said, but there was some discussion in the car about the sound, or whether it was gunshots or anything like that. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You heard those shots. You, and I'm talking about you now. You heard those shots, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're headed towards the area of those shots.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, as you head towards the shots, did I hear you testify earlier that you saw a young man in a red T-shirt shooting a gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, you testified that under direct examination that earlier in the day, y'all were looking for someone with a red T-shirt on. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
I know I'm jumping ahead a bit, but the person in Summerdale who you saw shooting the gun, who would later on be taken into custody, also had a red T-shirt on, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's not the same person that y'all were looking for earlier. Isn't that true?
I have no idea. Only Investigator Roberson can attest to the person because he was familiar with whoever he encountered that morning.
Well, did Detective Roberson ever at any point indicate that the person in Summerdale with a red T-shirt that was shooting that gun is the same person that y'all were looking for that morning?
And I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Basis.
This is hearsay and it calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the question.
You see a person in a red shirt shooting a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Was that person chasing behind someone?
That I don't recall.
Okay. The only thing that you saw was someone running and shooting. Is that the way you put it?
Yes, sir.
All right. You were inside the car when you saw that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Officer Roberson L. was inside the car when you saw that?
I can't say.
Okay. Do you remember writing in a police report about what you observed on that day and the sequence in which you saw it?
I recall making a statement. I don't recall writing a police report.
Okay. Is it true that at the point that Officer Robeson gets out of the police car, the Taurus that y'all are driving, that the person shooting the gun had already gotten into the red vehicle that you saw?
Is it possible? Is that what you
Is that what happened?
No, sir.
No?
No.
Tell me the sequence in which it happened. When did the person that you saw shooting the gun get into that red car?
He was shooting the gun, and at some point, as I mentioned in my statement, I lost sight of him, and L indicated that he had dipped in the back car, in the back seat.
Okay. And when L indicated that the person had dipped in the car in the back seat, L was still in your vehicle, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
All right. So again, by the time the person shooting the gun got into the red car, L was still in y'all's vehicle. True?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So by the time Officer Robeson L actually gets out of y'all's vehicle to either confront or address this person who you had seen shooting, that person's already in the red car, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. That person's not running and then turning around and running back towards Officer Robeson L because he's already in the car, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's no doubt, you don't have any doubt in your mind that you have this one person, and you only saw one person in red, shooting this gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. You're not able to tell us where in the car he got into, right?
Correct.
All right. But you know he got in the car.
Yes, sir.
All right. You know that there were other people in the car.
Excuse me, yes, sir.
And you saw what you identified and what you testified to and what you gave a statement about as a female driver of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
I think the words you said earlier were that shoulder length hair and bouncy hair, something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
The person had a ponytail, didn't they?
Objection. Mischaracterization of the testimony.
It's a question, Justice.
I will rule the objection.
The person had a ponytail, didn't they?
I can't concur that.
Okay. Do you remember?
I remember shoulder length hair.
Okay. All right. Do you remember whether the person that you saw, the female driver, the person that you identified as a female driver, had blonde hair?
That I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember whether or not the person that you saw, that you identified as a female driver, was a heavy-chested woman?
Don't recall that.
Okay. You don't deny it, you just don't recall. True?
Assumes facts not in evidence.
I sustain the objection.
Judge, I have her on cross-examination. It's a question. I'm able to.
That is still an improper question, Mr. Adams. Move along, please. Still assumes facts not in evidence.
If I heard you correctly earlier, you were, by the time Officer Robeson L, gets out of the vehicle, that vehicle starts to move forward. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That vehicle ultimately ends up coming towards the vehicle that's being driven by Officer Porter, correct?
Correct.
And if I heard you correctly, Officer Porter tried to cut off the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Meaning that Officer Porter drove the vehicle, the police vehicle, in front of the red vehicle that was coming outwards. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That vehicle didn't stop. It in fact struck the police vehicle on the driver's side front bumper or fender.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And continued out towards the gate.
Yes, sir.
Now, before that vehicle struck the police vehicle, do you remember Officer Robeson L firing his gun at that vehicle?
I heard shots being fired, but I couldn't advise who was making those shots at the time.
Okay. After the vehicle struck the police car and drove towards the entrance, did you hear or did you see Officer Robeson shoot any shots towards the back of the car?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you hear additional shots?
I said that I heard shots, but I didn't know who was making those shots. Yes, sir.
Right. I guess what I'm asking is, were there a sequence of shots before the car was hit and then after the car was hit?
That I can't confirm.
Okay. You don't recall, or you just...
No, sir, I don't recall.
Okay. All right. I mean, there's no doubt, though, that that vehicle appeared to be trying to get out of there, right?
Which vehicle are we speaking
The
of?
red vehicle, the one that slammed into y'all's car and was kind of throwing you about like a rag doll in the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before the collision, before the gunshots that you heard, and when I'm talking about after that guy with the red shirt got in the car, right? Not talking about when you first saw him running and shooting, right? But before that second series of shots, you didn't see anyone get in or out of the red car other than the person in the red shirt, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You and Porter then take off after the car. Porter's driving, you're in the back seat. True?
Yes, sir.
All right. The car is driving pretty violently and slams into the gate at the front of the apartment complex, right?
That's correct.
Goes out of the gate, goes through the yard that we saw in the pictures earlier, and ends up flying over a wall and ending up down at the coin laundry.
Yes, sir.
All right. You see this.
Yes, sir.
Y'all are pulling up. Y'all are in a vehicle, pulling up, but you're able to observe what's happening with that red car, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're able to observe that individuals get out of the car, and I think your words were, they scattered, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would I be correct in saying that the person who had on the red shirt did not scatter because he was on the ground?
I have no idea. I didn't get to that parking lot to look in the car.
Was there someone, at some point, either then or afterwards, was there someone in a red shirt who with a gunshot wound sit on the ground?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
It assumes facts not in evidence and
I
causes
sustain the objection.
Your Honor, that's been testified to.
You can rephrase and ask her some other questions.
It doesn't assume facts and evidence, though. The objection is simply incorrect.
I sustain the objection. I've given you the opportunity. You can rephrase and elicit the information, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. At any point, did you see the person in the red shirt that you seen earlier with a gunshot wound?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there anyone with a gunshot wound with a red shirt on, laying on the ground?
Not that I witnessed.
Did you see anyone else with a gunshot wound?
Your Honor, that's the answer, and it calls for speculation.
I'll overrule the objection. She can answer it.
Other than, you say you didn't see I'm not talking about a red shirt now. Come back to that. But did you see anybody else who had received a gunshot wound of people in the car?
No, I did not.
Okay. The person that you identified as running from the car with a blue shirt, did you say that you could tell us where that person came from in the car?
No, sir.
Okay. What about the person that you identified as the lady? Where did that person come from or go when the car came to rest at the coin laundry?
I don't know, sir.
You and Officer Porter are in the vehicle, and at some point, I think your words were that the guy in the blue shirt, quote, made contact with y'all's car.
Yes, sir.
All right. I mean, Officer Porter hit him, right?
He was struck by the vehicle.
Oh, you were struck. I mean, he had a broken arm, didn't he?
I don't know what his injuries were.
Okay. After this person in the blue shirt who had been in the car, came out of the car, ran, and was struck by the car driven by Officer Porter, did you have any interaction with that person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What interaction did you have with that person? I'm not asking about any conversation, but what interaction did you have with that person?
I was able to remove his belt from his pants, the waist of his pants, and use it as a makeshift handcuff in order to detain him until, like I indicated, the cavalry, meaning other units, arrived to assist.
Okay. And where did that take place?
In the parking lot where we viewed about the barbershop.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have been on Cleveland Avenue in that plaza.
Is that at the same location where the coin laundry is?
No, sir.
Okay, it's a bit further, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after you detained that person in the blue shirt who came out of the car, right, did you have occasion to go back to where the red vehicle was by the coin laundry?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you, after detaining that person in the blue shirt who came out of the car, did you have occasion to assist any other officers of the cavalry, as you described, who came to assist? Did you have occasion to assist them with searching or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. I presume that you had to get on the radio to advise what was going on, true?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to talk on the radio as well as hear what was coming over the radio, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Am I correct then that you would have, well, did you give a description of the individuals that were in the car?
I don't recall.
Okay.
But it's possible.
All right. It's possible that you could have given a description?
It's possible.
All right. Did you assist in trying to locate any video from either the coin laundromat or any of the other business establishments in that little mall area?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you discuss with any of the other officers or any investigators who showed up the presence or non-presence of video at the coin laundromat?
No, sir.
Was there ever any point where you assisted officers or asked officers to allow a green truck, green Tundra, to come through so that the owner of the laundromat could access the video? Did you say something to someone over the radio about that?
Your Honor, as soon as facts not in evidence.
I stand in objection.
Did you, is it fair to say that officers were looking for people who came out of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not they were looking for a woman with a blonde lace front who came out of the car? Do you know whether or not that was discussed?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you have any discussion with Officer Porter? All right. I'm not asking to say what she said, but did you have any discussion with her about what she saw during the incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
It's improper in the cause perspective.
Can I ask how the question is improper, Your Honor? Just to say that objection is improper does not...
It elicits hearsay, so I'll sustain that on the grounds.
I've asked the witness just specifically not to say what the officer said.
You can direct her to that, that's fine.
Would it have been commonplace, right, as an investigator or an officer who was involved in an incident, would it have been commonplace for you to relay as much information as you could to either other officers who were looking for suspects or investigators who were investigating the overall incident? Would that have been about right?
Yes, sir.
Would it have been normal for you to do that?
Not necessarily. Whoever had the valuable information would.
Right. Well, you were involved in the incident, right?
Yes, sir.
Officer Porter was involved in the incident, right?
Yes, sir.
Officer Robertson L. was involved in the incident, right?
Yes, sir.
It would have been commonplace, it would have been normal, it would have been expected for the three of you to discuss with either investigators or other officers looking for suspects what you all saw.
Basis.
This is, again, the same objection that we had prior, Your Honor. It is hearsay, it calls for speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Without saying what anyone, and I'm not asking you what anyone said, what I've asked you is whether it is normal for a police officer or police officers involved in an incident to relay their information about that incident to investigating officers. Is that normal and commonplace?
Yes, sir.
Because tell me, I mean, if you have other officers who are looking for suspects, those officers can't look for suspects unless they have a description, right?
Correct.
And if officers arrive on the scene and they're looking for suspects, they would want to get that information from the individuals who observed the incident, right?
Yeah.
Objection and speculation again, right?
She's a police officer.
I'm gonna overrule the objection on that basis.
And in this case, you had an observation because you saw the people involved in the incident, right?
Objection vague.
I'll sustain this today. You more afraid, Mr. Adams.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I will. Do you, the person that you, the blue shirt guy, right? Actually, let me back up. So in the car, we know there's someone with a blue shirt, right?
I didn't know that before.
Well, you saw someone with a blue shirt come out of the car, right?
Correct.
Okay, so in the car, we know there's someone with a blue shirt, right?
Okay.
We know there's someone with a red shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
The lady, right, who was driving the car, what color was she wearing?
I don't recall.
Okay. You said that you saw either 3 or 4 individuals in the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you testified earlier, you said when the vehicle came to rest by the laundromat, you saw 3 to 4, you said 3 to 4 black males scattered. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you mean 3 to 4 black males, or did you mean three black males and maybe a black female?
Objection. Ask and answer, Your Honor. It's in progress.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Did you see a lady scattered too? The lady that you saw driving?
No, sir.
No? So did the lady stay inside of the car?
No, sir. As I indicated, they all scattered.
Everybody in the car?
That was in the vehicle.
That would include the lady driving the car, right?
Objection. Ask and answer.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know, if you do you know whether or not anyone, in fact, retrieved video from the laundromat?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. But what you do know is that the car came to rest right there in front of the coin laundromat, right?
No, sir. It was towards the rear.
Towards the rear?
Yes,
is that
sir.
what we're looking at where the car is sitting? That's the rear of the laundromat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if anyone obtained video from back there?
I have no knowledge of it.
What is when you hear on the radio, right, the police officers listen to, when you hear something like Phoenix or Phoenix 1, what's that referring to?
Objection.
What is the objection?
It's relevant, Your Honor, and it also is calling for speculation. There's been no testimony that she knows what this is about.
That's why you ask a question,
I'll
Judge.
overrule the objection. I was first see whether or not she knows anything about it.
If you hear, I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to.
Great.
If you hear something over the radio about Phoenix or Phoenix 1, what's that referring to in police jargon?
Generally, an air unit, air support
Okay.
system.
APD has helicopters, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not air unit or air support or Phoenix was called out on this day?
I don't recall.
Air units in police investigations, air units or helicopters and so forth generally would be called out to assist in either searching or identifying people who are, if you're looking for someone or something on the ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you have a better vantage point if you're up top, right?
Correct.
You can see where someone may have run or not run, or where someone may be located. True?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you at some point come to find out the name of the person in the blue shirt that you had taken into custody?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you at some point come to find out the name of the person in the red shirt that you saw during the shooting?
Don't recall that either.
So after after the person in the blue shirt you use the belt to secure them, what do you do after that?
We waited until support came, help came.
Okay.
And then after that, eventually the command staff showed up, which was like a vehicle that could be described as a Winnebago, and we were ushered into that Winnebago.
Who is we?
I was, and I want to say someone was getting medical assistance, and I don't recall who that was.
Okay. Okay, were they the person getting medical assistance in the same Winnebago type vehicle as yourself?
Just standing by.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Standing by, yes.
Okay. Who else was ushered into that Winnebago?
I don't recall who the other individuals might have been, or if there weren't anymore.
Okay. Did you have to, you said something earlier about giving a statement. You were made to give a statement to, was it Internal Affairs, something like that?
No, sir. Homicide.
Homicide?
Yes, sir.
Homicide is a unit that comes out to investigate when there's an officer-involved shooting, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the reason they were there that day, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But no one was killed. It wasn't a homicide, but that's what they were there for. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not, when you gave your statement, do you know whether Officer Porter was made to give a statement as well?
Objection. Speculation, Your Honor.
Do you know?
I'll rule the objection.
Do you know whether or not Officer Porter was made to give a statement as well?
I don't know, but I'm sure she did.
Would I be correct that because Officer Robertson L. was the person who actually discharged his firearm, that under normal police procedure, he would have to give a statement about the incident? Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there ever any point where you were asked to compare any statement that you had given to statements given by anybody else, specifically Officer Porter or Robertson L?
No, sir.
One moment, please, Judge. Were you ever, at any time after, actually, strike that, let me back up a little bit. Is that kind of sum and substance of your involvement in this case? Everything that you testified to thus far?
Can you please repeat that?
Is that about the sum and substance of your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
In other words, you weren't tasked with investigating anything after, from the time that you got the guy in the blue shirt who came out of the car and waited for other police officers to respond. That was pretty much it for you.
Yes, yes, sir.
How about testifying? Were you ever called to testify in any proceedings after that day in regards to that case?
No, sir.
I know it's been 10 years, 10 plus years since the incident occurred. Am I correct that you've had an occasion, though, to review your statement from back then?
Yes, sir.
In preparation for your testimony here today?
Correct.
Okay. You've had occasion to discuss with the DA's office what you recall happening and what you saw and what you did on that day. Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
When did you leave APD?
The first time I left was in 2017, and I left again in 2021.
All right, one moment, please.
All right.
Ms. Booker Higgins, I wanted to look back and at something you said earlier and ask you a question about it. Okay, here we go. Blue shirt guy in a blue shirt. So come out of the car. I think I heard you say that you saw that person get out of the car and he jumped the fence. Is that what you said?
There's a fence there in the back.
Okay. You did not see two people in white T-shirts jumping the fence in tandem with the guy in the blue shirt, did you?
That I don't recall.
Is it fair to say that the only person that you can testify that you saw get out of that car and jump a fence was the person in the blue shirt?
Correct.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross, any additional cross? All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. And just briefly, let's get a detective. Excuse me. You were asked on cross about whether you and Robeson L, investigator Robeson L, were in the car at the same time the male in the red shirt was shooting. Do you remember whether you said that in your statement?
No, I don't. No, sir.
Would reading your statement refresh your recollection?
Absolutely.
I am now approaching defense counsel with a copy of State's Exhibit 144 Charlie. Okay. And instead, I'm now approaching the witness with State's 144 Charlie. Your Honor, may I?
You may.
All right. I've handed you State's 144 Charlie, and when you have had a chance to read it to yourself, please look up at me and acknowledge that you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what is the answer to the question I just asked?
Investigator Robeson L. stated.
Well, don't read it. Don't read it, but the answer to the question. Okay, let's do this different. Do you remember what is exactly all that you said in your statement?
Somewhat.
Is State's 144C, 144 Charlie your statement?
Yes, sir.
Does it accurately reflect all of what you saw?
Yes, sir.
Was it written on September 11, 2013, close in time to you witnessing the events?
Yes, sir.
Please read it entirely to yourself. And if you need, but if you don't.
Once you're finished reading it, just look up the counsel and let them know you're done, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'll take as much time as you need, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Do you ever say in your statement that Investigator Robeson L was inside the car at the time that the male in the red shirt was shooting?
Yes, sir.
Where? Where in your statement?
Did I say those exact words? Oh, no, sir.
You were asked about your statement on cross. In your statement, did you say that you saw the male shooting?
Yes, sir.
Do you then say that Investigator Robeson L jumped out of the car?
Yes, sir.
And do you say that the driver...
I'm going to object to.
Basis.
He's testifying, and he's simply reading the statement at this point. That's incorrect.
All right. I'll sustain this to foundation. Okay.
Booker Higgins, do you remember everything in your statement? Every single thing?
No, sir, I do not.
Is that statement an accurate reflection of the events that you recorded on September 11, 2013?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders exhibit 144 Charlie as a past recorded regulation.
Any objection?
Yes, there's lack of foundation. That's one person who has no recollection of the events.
I got that. Okay, so what's your objection?
Lack of
foundation. I sustain the objection. Can you approach, please? We're going to take a stretch break at this point in time, okay? So let's just take one for about 15 minutes, use facilities, get some coffee, and we'll see you back in about 15 minutes, okay? All right, all rise. Detective, you can take your break at this point in time too. Okay, just don't discuss testimony with anybody except the attorneys, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Brown?
All right, Sergeant Ingram, is everybody back, sir?
Yes, sir. Everybody's back.
Okay.
All jurors are present.
All jurors are present. All right, good.
Your Honor.
Why are you standing up?
I am standing up because the state is inquiring as to the court's intended schedule for the afternoon. I know that it's in the court's purview in business, and you normally don't want to tell us that in advance, but we're just trying to figure out scheduling for our
I get to
witnesses.
control so little. There's got to be some mystery. I have planned on finishing. I believe that you're almost finished with Miss Booker Higgins,
Yes.
Detective Booker Higgins.
Yes,
And
Your
stopping after that.
Oh, okay. Oh, Your Honor, we have an out-of-state witness here. Is it possible we can put up the GBI person? He flew in, and he's a short witness. He shouldn't take that long.
Yeah, y'all's version of short is, can range from minutes to several hours. So who are you trying to call?
Gregory Pfeiffer, Your Honor, the GBI agent he flew in from Maryland this morning.
Let's see how far we get. But how long do you anticipate his testimony to be?
I would say about 20 minutes.
20 minutes, no more, Your Honor.
That's wildly optimistic.
I mean, and unless the defense has a lot of questions, but for the state, it's clear.
Yeah, he may have to come back in the morning. I'm sorry. Let's just first see how long we get with our first witness here, and then we can just determine that. All right. Summon our jurors, please, sir.
You want to bring the witness back first?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Ms. Booker Higgins, come on back now. All right, thank you. All right, summon our jurors, please, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Brown, you may continue, sir.
Just a few questions, Ms. Booker Higgins. Earlier on calls, you were asked a few questions that I want to ask some follow-up questions to. Why did you make some handcuffs out of the belt?
As my testimony indicated, I was dressed in attire similar to what I'm wearing today, and I didn't have I was lack of the equipment that was needed to use that you all are accustomed to cuff someone with.
And on cross, you were asked about surveillance footage by counsel for Mr. Williams. Why didn't you look for any surveillance footage?
That was not my responsibility, considering homicide had taken over the scene.
Okay, and about how long did this entire incident last, from the time that you were at the apartment to the time that it crashed and you eventually caught up with the guy in the blue shirt?
Swiftly, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, I don't know.
And is it fair to say that it was a fast-moving situation?
Absolutely.
And do you know for a fact in that fast-moving situation that it was a female in the car?
At what point?
The entire situation, do you know for a fact, as you sit here today?
I assumed that there was a female in the car.
No further questions.
Any recross, sir? All right.
All right, so you assume there was a female in the car because you saw a female in the car, right?
Objection.
I sustain the objection. Why don't you rephrase?
All right. Okay. Did you see a female in the car?
In my opinion, initially, yes.
All right. It was not your responsibility for look for surveillance because you weren't the person investigating the incident, right?
Correct.
Okay. That would have been the duty of whoever was assigned to the case as an investigator, detective, otherwise, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked a little while ago to go back to this point of time frame, Officer Robeson L. Regardless of how you phrased it in your report, bottom line is the person in the red shirt shooting a gun got in the car before Robeson L. got out of the police car. True?
Objection. Ask the answer, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Isn't that true?
No, sir.
No? Tell us sequence how it happened. Didn't you say that earlier?
I mentioned earlier that Robeson L. advised that the person in the red shirt dipped or jumped into the back seat of the vehicle.
Yes.
So he was in the vehicle.
Right. The person in the red, when Officer Robeson said that, Officer Robeson L. was in your vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So when he says the guy dipped into the vehicle, he was talking about the guy in the red shirt, right?
Correct.
Talking about the guy in the red shirt dipping into the red vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the guy in the red shirt dips into the red vehicle, and it's after that that Officer Robeson L. gets out of your car. True?
Yes, sir.
All right. There we go. Ms. Booker-Higgins, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anything further? Any further redirect, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May Detective Robeson, I should say Booker Higgins, be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
Temporarily, Your Honor.
All right, madam, unfortunately, we'll temporarily excuse you witness. So you're going to have to come back at some point in time. Not today, okay, but don't you have that horrified look on your face like you're going to be here a couple more hours? No, we're going to go ahead and release you. Just don't discuss your testimony to anybody except the attorneys in this case, and we'll give you enough of a heads up as to when you need to come back, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, madam.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with your permission and concurrence, we're going to take one additional witness, and then we'll call it a day. Okay? All right, sir.
We approach just for 1 second.
Do you have to? I mean, is it really necessary? Does it relate to this witness?
Yes.
All right. All right. Sergeant, can you summon our jurors for us, please, sir? Thank you, sir. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, members of the jury, I got news and I got news for you, okay? All right, the news is that we're still working, and the other news is I'm going to recess you for the day, okay? So, remember I told you these things kind of happen, and we appreciate your patience in advance. So what we're going to do is recess you, and then we'll come back tomorrow morning if I could get you all to be here for 9 o'clock, and then we'll start between 9 and 9:30 tomorrow morning, okay? All right. What ministerial inquiry do you have of me? Anyone? Okay, all right. Let's go through your customary ad nauseum admonitions. Please remember to leave your notepads in the basket in the back. Don't discuss anything that we have covered otherwise in court with your fellow jurors or any third parties or at home or as you are leaving on whatever conveyance or how you're getting home. Please don't go by and visit any of the scenes or do any extra research on any other outside sources. And please do not listen to any news events, either mainstream or alternative media that may be written about this case. As you remember what I told you, you can only consider what is presented within the four walls of this courtroom. So, and ladies and gentlemen, again, as I've said before, thank you for your patience that you've given us and will continue to give us in the resolution of this matter. So unless you have any inquiry of me, I've gone through the schedule with you for the next several days. That seems to be holding. And unless you have any other questions of me, we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9 o'clock, okay? All right, okay. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, let me take up a matter. Mr. Weinstein, it's been brought to my attention that you filed a motion on or about the 1st of December of 2022 in regards to suppression of statements purportedly made by your client. And we have not scheduled said motion. So I need to ask the state, would you be in a position to, for us to hold that motion? And I'm thinking about, ladies and gentlemen,
Our belief is that Mr. Kendrick waived all of his motions, but we're just trying to make sure that we're not relaying inaccurate information.
That motion was not waived. It was the other motions that we filed in, I believe, May or June of 2023, but that earlier motion from December 1st, 2022 is not waived.
Wait.
Okay.
But, Judge, he waived all of them in 2023. So if it was one that he filed in 2022, he waived it when he waived all of the motions in 2023. So our position is that he waived, and I believe that the court entered an order, but we'll make sure about that part. But he waived all of his motions in 2023.
All right, well, even if there's waiver, we'd still, even if you're going to introduce a statement, it'd be subject to a Jackson-Daniel hearing anyways. So, regardless of waiver, I think just due to prevent plain error.
Understood. Fair enough.
Probably should go ahead and probably hear that, okay?
Considering that it is, if that motion is in the form of a Jackson-Daniel, since it does pertain to his statement, then we would just ask that the court allow us an opportunity to bring in the witness.
Well, that's what I was inquiring. I mean, it's a motion to suppress statements of a defendant. And to me, if you were going to introduce it, I'd still have to stop and do a Jackson-Daniel.
That's
even
right.
If you didn't file a motion, just to be on the safe side. So I'll take a look. I would entertain it as such. I'm thinking right now,
Your Honor, and if we may inquire of the court, because we are not at the moment able to pull up certain databases, we would just need to know which particular statement defendant Kendrick is moving to suppress in that December 2022 motion.
let me see. I think it probably, let's see.
I don't know that
August,
there's identifies specific statements. I can tell the court which statements we're referring to.
Okay, because I believe that within your motion here, you have the August 5th indictment charges your client in counts 1, 2, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, and 63. And then you indicate that there are certain oral admissions, written statements, and audio video recordings of made by the defendant on or about at least 6 October 2015 and 12 October 2015 to law enforcement officers or agents of the state while in custody. Are those the ones?
Yes, Your Honor, those are the ones.
If those are the only two, then at least we can be prepared and whenever the court tells us to.
All right.
Schedule our witnesses.
Right now I'm thinking of the morning of March the 13th. So we could probably start at no, let me know. I've got something else going on. I'd say just aim for the 14th of March at 9:30.
March 14th?
14th. That is a Thursday.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. And if there's any issue regarding availability, medical appointments, or anything like that, we will let the court know before the end of the week.
All right. Are you good with that date, Mr. Weinstein?
Yes, Your Honor. Whenever the court chooses, we're ready.
All right. Okay. Any other ministerial inquiry with me?
Not from the state judge. Thank you.
All right. So tomorrow morning, you all could be here for 9:30, please. And we'll go ahead and get started at that point in time, okay?
9:30.
All right. Anybody else? Okay, hearing nothing else, I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9:30, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, all right.
Your Honor, can I approach an unrelated matter?
Yes.
Don't sound something true.
If y'all could turn in your devices, please.
This is